Good morning and welcome to a work session for the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners on Tuesday, January 9th. We are starting with some really cool information from Laura about the Thompson Divide withdrawal. Really cool information.
Always. So excited to be here. Laura Maker with the County Attorney's Office. I am here to walk you through a letter that was filed yesterday on behalf of the board for the Thompson Divide administrative withdrawal. We had tried to schedule this to come before you before the deadline for comments, but it just didn't work out. So you guys had already authorized continued commenting on this particular matter, as this board has been highly informed and highly interested in participating in the Thompson Divide withdrawal process. So I want to walk you through where the process sits and then some highlights of the environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact draft that was issued by the Forest Service and the comment that Pitkin County submitted. So, as you guys are well aware, and hopefully the public is aware, a large 220 plus thousand acre parcel is proposed to be withdrawn from mineral leasing. And just to be clear, mineral leasing includes oil and gas. Sometimes those terms that the Forest Service uses aren't as clear as we might think that they are. So if you look up at the screen, this is the map of the proposed withdrawal area. It is within Pitkin County, Garfield County, Gunnison County, and a smidge on the Delta County line there. So this area has historically resulted in a great deal of interest by the public as well as by the local governmental entities to ensure that the very unique nature of the area is not trammeled or harmed by oil and gas and other mineral development. So this is the area that we've traditionally thought of as the Thompson Divide. It has strong connections over here, up and over the pass towards the Gunnison Crested Butte area, and it includes a withdrawal of the Mount Emmons area as well now from mining, which has been a long sort of goal of Gunnison County and the Crested Butte area, and it has been added to this withdrawal of the more historically thought of as Thompson Divide area. This would withdraw 224,713 acres from any form of mineral entry, that's subsurface and surface leasing, for 20 years. It's really exciting. There's other processes ongoing, which I know can be confusing, but we're just talking about this administrative withdrawal. I can tell you that this is the fastest process that I've been involved with the Forest Service and the BLM. Sometimes I know it can't feel that way to the public, but there are many, many boxes under the National Environmental Policy Act that have to be met and fulfilled. And so the issuance of the draft environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact is the step before there is an actual environmental impact and decision made. So we are getting very, very close. The Thompson Divide withdrawal EA and finding of no significant impact spells out the reasons that these lands are extremely unique and need to be protected from mineral development. It was put together by the Forest Service. Pitkin County has been a cooperating agency in the process. That is to say, the Forest Service recognizes your local knowledge as well as expertise and has invited you to the table, and you've been participatory in the creation of this document. We have drafted a letter that basically says, we are wholly supportive of the Thompson Divide withdrawal for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that it is a really unique landscape. Withdrawal prevents fragmentation of that contiguous landscape. And because we always like to talk about efficiency when we're talking about the federal government, management of this area will actually be easier and more efficient. So, our our comments outline that. They recognize that the environmental assessment details the recreational benefits and economic benefits that occur in the Thompson Divide area and would occur under the withdrawal, as well as agricultural importance. I did include a request to recognize agricultural land use patterns and ownership in the Crystal River Valley adjacent to this property, because the EA doesn't quite speak to that in strong terms, and it does drive some of the land use patterns, the agricultural ownership and development in the Crystal River Valley. But overall, this is exceptionally exciting. It continues to move forward at a pace that is very, very rapid, and we encourage the Forest Service to continue to do so. I'm happy to take any questions you have or address anything else.
Does this affect the methane capture project in Coal Basin in any manner?
No.
Okay,
That was easy.
that's good.
Yep.
I was just wondering, I was thinking about PILT payments for public lands.
Yeah.
And are those affected somehow? And is that one of the rationales the opposers might have?
Yeah, actually, so the EA speaks to the PILT payments. I don't expect that we will see reduced PILT payments under this. These are still federal lands. They're still operated by and owned by the federal government, and we will continue to receive those fee in lieu.
Okay, that's kind of what I was hoping you would say.
Yep.
But just wondering if that ever came up.
It does. It's part of the environmental assessment document.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
I think it was well written.
Congratulations on that, making this happen.
I love the word stalwart.
There's been a robust conversation and community support behind this.
That's so
I
great.
know, I like that, very clearly pointed out, the diversity and the community support and how special that is.
It really is.
Critical.
Do you actually have a percentage of letters opposed versus in favor? It says consensus. I'm just wondering what does that mean?
I can tell you that I went through the reading room and looked, and this is me shooting from the hip, so bear with me on that. I would say 99.9% of the comments were really in favor of the proposal.
So 50,000 plus letters in favor.
There's a lot of letters of support.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Thank you for all your work on it.
That big wide area that's private in holdings, I guess, on the Crested Butte side, is that all just private land on the north, in that North Fork Valley, or where?
Yeah, so I think that is what we're looking at right there.
Yeah.
Gothic?
No, 'cause Gothic's over sort of by,
Farther
The
Or
over.
is that a
Right.
mining, maybe it's already a
Somerset?
mining operation or
yeah, I mean,
something?
it's land that is not included within the withdrawal. I don't think that it's federal land, because the federal lands on this particular map, the way the key works, would be coded as green, so I do think it's private land.
Okay.
And they may be
It just
originally mineral
sort of jumps
withholdings.
out. I've always
Yep.
noticed that and wondered what
Yep.
that land was,
Yep.
where it was. Okay.
Well, thank you, Laura.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks, Laura.
Thanks for that.
thank you guys.
Well done.
Yeah. All right.
Hi, Charlotte. Happy New Year.
I was thinking it might be Somerset area.
Well,
I don't think it is. I was thinking it might be, but it's
Yeah.
it's an in-holding farther up the valley.
Okay. We're going to move on to review of future agendas, strangely enough.
Yeah, we're a little bit out of order today just because we have guests coming in this afternoon to speak to us on the affordable housing. So that's why we have exec scheduled to start the afternoon after lunch. Just have a few brief things on future agendas. First, Eagle County has scheduled a ski day for their commissioners here. On March 22nd at Snowmass. We'll do lunch. Patty, I think last time you took the responsibility for getting us all settled in.
Well,
at
no,
base
time
camp,
before that.
and a long time before that.
No,
yeah.
no, the time before that, yeah.
Right, I remember
I'm
that.
just usually there early and I'm pretty easy.
Yeah, so more details to come on that. I think they're getting those worked out, but Usually it starts around 9 or 9:30 and goes through a late lunch if any of the board members are interested. You don't have to ski. Sometimes it's just meeting up there for lunch and having time with Eagle County commissioners and constituents.
I do have a question. Do we want to pursue tickets if need be? We did in the past with Mike Kaplan. Maybe Jeff would be willing if we need to have, if the Eagle County Commissioners need ski passes.
Yeah, we could certainly make that.
And we also,
Okay.
yeah, and we also invited Mike to swing by. Mike actually joined us that one
Yep.
year. So I think that would be appropriate again this time around.
Jeff.
March 22nd?
March 22nd, I
That's
will
like-
not be here, unfortunately.
That's like a
It's one
long
of
way
my favorite
away.
meetings, too.
And just out of curiosity, why, with all the skiing they have in Eagle County, why did they come over here? Is it better skiing
Better,
over
oh,
here?
clearly.
So much better skiing over here.
That you even had to
Get outta
ask.
So,
hope that it
the answer, of course, is yes, it is better skiing over here, but I think they do a ski day over in Vale Valley, and this gives an opportunity for them to connect with Mid-Valley constituents in Basalt, Western
And
Eagle.
Basalt Council shows up, and Snowmass Town Council comes to it, and I don't know who else came last couple years, but it's not just us.
Okay, I don't mind them doing it at all, but it just seemed a little bit odd to me.
Yeah.
And we've
I'd-
had
I'd be
members of the
suspicious.
public, or Mid-Valley that come too.
Yeah.
Well, my daughter lives over there, right at the foot of Beaver Creek, and she skis Vale and Beaver Creek, and she can't wait for her days to ski over here. She said the lift lines over there are shocking.
Yeah, we don't know what a lift line is here.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't know, yeah. Let's keep it that way.
Okay. So make a note of that if you'd like to attend. I just note, next week we do have a discussion on Phillips, which I know the board has been anxious to have. We do have that divided into two sections, basically. One for executive to talk about issues that be pursuant to advice of attorney and negotiations, and then public session around proposed development, debris flows, all the work that we've been doing since last time we were in front of you. So I just note it is broken up. So we'll have about 2 hours scheduled on that day. And then just note for tomorrow's agenda, we will have one change, item number 12, which is the amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code.
Did you say tomorrow or?
Tomorrow, it's on tomorrow's meeting. It should be item 12. We will be continuing that. Rye is unable to attend tomorrow for that
Right.
item. And that's all I have right now in future agendas.
That's 100 pages of, like 100 pages of reading, so.
To continue
It
reading.
can take a little more time. I've only read about half of it, I have to confess.
I do have one, and I'm sure it'll be straightened out before it gets there. On the agendas for the 24th meeting, we have 2 items listed that are the same.
Right, I saw that too.
Items number 2 and 4. We're gonna do a first and second reading on the same day. It's the first time we've done that.
Patty, I hate to tell you, but you're not here today,
I know,
according to this.
I know I'm not here. Just keep
So,
reminding me of that.
This was
Jury duty.
jury duty potential, yeah.
I have a couple of things. I'm gonna be gone the 24th and 25th. You are also, right, John?
Of March? Oh,
Of January.
yeah.
So I won't be at that meeting that week, and then also on the, hang on one second. The 23rd. So it's the 23rd that week. I don't think we have a meeting on the 24th. Or do we? I can't, it's not on my calendar. I think we do. So I'm missing both meetings that week, the 23rd and the 24th. I'll be at the Roaring Fork Recreation and Conservation meeting in Glenwood all day on the 23rd. As far as I know, those are the only ones I'm missing in the near future. Anything else on future agendas? Okay.
I have a
well-
question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, as we look ahead to organizing the joint meeting with Healthy Rivers, if that is going to include conversation about the wild and scenic stakeholder process and any future funding considerations for that.
Okay.
I think we, as a board, need to update. So I don't know when, if it's appropriate to do that at that time or ahead of time. We may just need to do some offline work with staff to coordinate.
Seems like that'd be a good time to do it next week, don't you? Like it's already on the calendar,
Yeah, I just don't know what the
length of that is.
or what the
Right.
draft agenda was
So we'll
for
need
that
to
meeting.
check with the
So,
attorney's
yeah,
office on that.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's it, we will move on to the final review of the BoCC chair, vice chair, and committee appointments. Charlotte.
Good morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So glad you're feeling better.
Thank you. So, at your last work session in December, we went over the board appointments, and I believe there's at least one commissioner that wasn't here, so we are bringing this back to you. It'll be a resolution tomorrow, once you discuss this and make the decisions today. And so I will let you all, the red on your packet material are the things that we definitely talked about and need to discuss, if there are any changes there. And then, of course, the rest of the document, if there are any other changes, I'll make those before we bring the resolution tomorrow.
I would note for the board, I think there is some conversation, Commissioner Poshma is unable to attend that meeting. And there is some conversation about potential changes in representation on some of the boards. I think it'd be good to have that conversation today so we could prepare the resolution appropriately.
Right, and I did speak with, I did watch the meeting online, and I did speak, I think, or communicate with Francie and John so far about it. I realize that as chair this year, it's going to be a busier year for me, and it might be wise to step back on some of these things. My preference would be to take a step back on RWAPA, which isn't a heavy lift, but it's yet another thing, I'd prefer to take off my plate. I feel the same way about QQ. I've already talked to Steve about possibly becoming the voting member for CORE, if that's possible. We still have to sort that out. But I think it'd be great if Steve were the alternate, if he wants to come in to replace Francie at CORE. My biggest concern.
Wait, did you say you wanted Steve to be the voting member, or you want to continue?
I could go either way, and I
I see,
have a
okay.
feeling that because CORE is changing its structure of the way CORE is structured, in another year, there won't be any electeds on the board at CORE. We'll still have representation with CORE in one way or another as clients of CORE, but we're not planning to have any electeds on the CORE board. So that's a big change. So perhaps we should just leave it alone, but I'd really love it if Steve participated, because I know it's important to you also. Regarding CC4CA, same thing. I still like being involved with CC4CA. I'd testify, I'd write op-eds, letters, whatever, on their behalf. But I wouldn't mind at all if someone else were to take CC4CA on, and I wanted to put that forward. My biggest issue is just with RAFTA. I've been on RAFTA now for, I was this alternate for a term, and then I've been the voting member for a term. In discussions with RAFTA and looking back at history, it's possible that I'm in line to be the board chair, and requires a voting member to do that. I don't know if it would happen. I doubt it would happen this year, but maybe next. I would invite that. I'm not going to lobby for it, but RAFTA is very important to me. I know it is to Francie as well. So I'd prefer to remain the voting member of RAFTA. But I want to put that forward to all of you and let you tell me what you think about all this. And I've reviewed everything else, and everything else looks good. Oh, by the way, it seems that some of these things, like Forest Service, honestly, I talk to Kevin Warner and Scott Fitzwilliams now and then, but I don't think I am, I don't have to be the U.S. Forest Service lead, because it really hasn't meant much lately. Regarding, there's a workforce thing that I'm listed on, and I think that may
That's
be.
kind of moot now.
I think that's a statutory requirement, because honestly, nothing happens with that. And
It's changed over, it kind of evolved in one direction and switched to another, and,
should we just strike
Yeah.
it from the list, or dare we not?
Which
I
are-
can look, because I thought
Let's-
there was a requirement that the county have a representative, but I
I
don't know
usually
about the
participate in
changes.
that through Northwest Cog and the EDD, so why don't we just keep it there?
Just leave it.
What are we
Okay.
talking about?
The Workforce and Investment
Workforce
Board for
Investment.
Rural Resort Region. Honestly, that's immediate. I've never received any correspondence.
Yeah.
There's been no.
Oh, I see that. Mhm.
I usually hear of it mostly through the Economic Development District.
Well, Greg, thanks for bringing this up. I acknowledge that all of the committees you don't want to be on are the ones that we are tag teamed.
Oh, it's not because of you. I did notice that.
Which
No
is
harm.
causing me a little bit of like panic and stress of like, oh my God,
Well, you
I'm
don't
not
wanna be-
prepared
you
to
don't
like
wanna
say
take it
yes
over.
to everything.
And I didn't expect you to.
No, okay, I know. I will also note you did also agree to get
QQ. Yes.
yes,
They asked
to
me
get
to be
appointed
vice chair
as vice chair.
months ago, and
So-
I said yes. And if you can't find anybody else, I'll do it.
I mean, I participate in QQ, but I had reasons that I articulated
Well,
to them about not wanting
right.
to take on that leadership.
I'm wondering if
role.
anybody else on our board would like to take it on, because I think both RWAPA and QQ are important, but water hasn't been my main focus, clearly. And I know you're busy.
Well, we're all busy.
Right.
Right.
So, anyway, that's what, I'm happy to stay, and I'll keep going the way I have been. I'm happy to do that too.
Well, what is let's just focus on QQ.
Right.
Since you,
Well,
on
I've accepted
that.
to be the vice chair, and I said
Yeah.
I'll do it on the condition that, one, you don't expect a lot of me unless Kathy really can't be there and has to, so it's not a heavy lift. So
no, I think their expectation is that that person would then become the chair
eventually,
next
right,
year.
perhaps, yeah. That's the way it normally goes.
Yeah.
I
So
can
there's
step
just
in
a
there
bit
if you want,
more
Greg.
to the.
Sorry?
I can step in there if you want. I am concerned about your running for your election, chairing this, chairing Roaring Fork, vice chairing something else. I'm concerned for
Right,
you.
it may be too much. And also, the thing is, I'd prefer to leave it alone right now, but it's possible that in 3 months I may want to make a change, but I don't know what that change is yet. And I also don't
Leave
know
it
what
as it
running
is at
means.
QQ?
Leave it as it is with all the ones you've mentioned.
I thought you said you wanted to change QQ. I thought I heard you say that.
I would give up QQ if somebody else really wanted to dive in there.
And I'm
But-
happy to do QQ. I just don't want to commit to being the vice chair.
Right.
So I don't know how we.
Yeah, so I may not try to muck up the works there. I don't want to make it more difficult for those people.
See if there's anybody at QQ who's willing to step in
Yeah,
as vice
I'll
chair.
talk to Kathy about
And
it.
then we can fill in that other gap.
Yeah, so,
They just went through all that though.
And then,
COG doesn't do it till
so if you
January.
want out of QQ, I said I would be willing to go into QQ.
great. I
So
think.
you want that to happen?
Let me talk to Kathy about that, and we will tell them that that's what we're planning to do.
Okay.
And if it becomes a real problem, we'll circle back.
And Francie, you are the backup for the Forest Service.
Yeah, so I'll just do the Forest
take
Service.
that.
You
That
want to,
seems,
because I can step in and take that if you want, because I've known those gentlemen for years.
yeah.
The other one was RWAPA,
Just a
Francie.
thought
I don't
for
know
you,
if that
Francie.
interests you, if RWAPA interests you or not.
I can take on Ruwapa.
Okay, I mean, so then if Francie's interested, she'd be the second there.
Yeah, I was looking at how Kelly's the alternate on all these different things. So a lot depends on if you want to focus more on water. Now, I'd be glad to take over the CC4CA, but maybe you want to stay as the alternate on that. But right now, Kelly is the alternate on CC4CA.
Yeah, and
So-
I'm happy to, I'm happy to relinquish that.
Or maybe you want to
I
stay
do-
as the alternate and I could be the
Yeah,
CC4CA.
I just
rep.
think some of the synergies with CC4CA were through my work in CCAT. So,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of times opportunities to testify, or there was a lot of crossover on taking positions on bills. So it wasn't a huge heavy lift for me to be an alternate for CC4CA. But that group requires a lot of work. I think we were going to try to bring Michael Port in more for staff support.
Yeah.
And I'm looking to John on confirming
For
that.
CC4CA.
For
Michael
CC4CA.
That's a good idea.
I believe he's been attending, yeah.
Yeah, good, okay. So, I'm happy to stay in the alternate role, I'm happy to step out, but if you wanted
Okay,
to
so
take on,
Steve, why don't you take it? And they always know they can call me, or you can if you need me to participate or testify or whatever. I'm eager and happy to do that, but.
Do you want
And
to
then
take it
and
as a
then the
voter or as
on
an alternate?
core, which, having core and CC4CA
Makes
both
sense.
sort of energy related or would be a good synergy for me.
Okay.
But if you want to
I'll-
stay the lead on
Um,
core and I could just be alternate, but I would attend the meetings
Right, right.
as much as possible.
Why don't we leave it like that, just because it's convenient, I think, for CORE and their administration right now, but that.
Leave it as how? You're the voting member and he's the alternate with core. Is that what you're
right.
saying?
I think, I'm
That's
afraid to say, to change it here, because it may screw up the plan for the transition that CORE's
Yeah,
making.
yeah.
But otherwise, I'd say, yes, please do.
We can always
And
read.
then,
Right, we can revisit this, and I'm sorry, I wasn't here for the first conversation.
And
We can
then
clear
with,
this
what
up.
do you want to do with CC4CH,
Steve can
for
take
CCA,
that.
have me be
the voter?
the voting
Are you getting all
and
this,
Kelly
Charlotte? Does this
remaining
make sense to
the
you?
alternate.
Okay.
And
staff
I have one other thing that I just realized about CCI, and that is the legislative, legislative committee, which really the meeting is in next October kind of for planning, voting on what the CCI bills for the following legislative session, when I will no longer be involved. I won't be on the board anymore. I thought Kelly should be the legislative person for next fall at CCI.
You'll still be on the board next fall,
No, I would be on the board in the fall, but then not
carrying after
When the
that.
not all.
legislative move
This is
forward.
my last legislative session coming
Yeah.
right now. Next year, I won't be involved in that, but Kelly still would be, so it makes more
yeah, that's
sense
fine,
to have you be the voting member on
that's fine.
that. I could still be the alternate for next
Yeah, that's fine.
fall,
And you and I
planning,
have
planning the transition
always
into,
tag teamed on that, so that's fine.
yeah.
Thank you all.
Did that resolve all of your?
I'm fine with it now, yeah.
So Francie, you want to take on the U.S. Forest Service?
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that, yeah.
Okay.
And did we talk about RWAPA just now?
I'm gonna,
You're gonna-
and you're gonna be the alternate, Francie, is that,
I could be the alternate, would you like me to do that?
if you would like to?
Okay.
Thank you, that would be great.
You're getting all of this,
I think
Charlotte.
you'll-
Now that Francie knows
I think
being
you'll
the
like it.
alternate means you don't have to go to every single meeting.
But I also think you're gonna really enjoy it.
And then
Those
we'll
are
leave
all tricky for you
RAFTA
to
with
figure out.
Greg as the voter and me as the alternate.
You may need to babysit my children once in a while.
Fine.
Okay.
We're getting old enough now, we can have fun.
They are really fun.
And the dog. And the cat now too.
You have a cat too.
The dog's fun.
Charlotte, do you feel like you capture all that? Do you want to review
Can I,
it?
yeah,
one?
can I
okay.
review that?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, I think
like an option up
cast, I don't know if you, I had Francie as lead and
Patty is alternate, is that correct? Okay. Then the legislative, CCI legislative, Kelly will be the lead and Steve alternate. CC4CA, Steve will be the lead and Kelly alternate. And core will remain the same, Greg and Steve alternate. Northwest COG, it sounds like, or QQ, we're gonna have to visit that,
Right.
and then we'll come back and revise this if there's a change.
I'll talk to Kathy.
Then RAFTA will be Greg.
You skipped QQ.
No, she just,
No,
Yeah, we
that
just
was
said
the one that we're gonna come back to.
Oh,
she brought up as Northwest Cog, but
It's
it's
Greg.
Northwest Cog. QQ is
QQ.
part of Northwest Cog.
okay.
It makes it confusing.
And then RAFTA will be Greg lead and Francie alternate. And then RWAPA will be Kelly lead with Francie alternate. And then USFS will just be Francie.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to be listed,
I'll back it up.
Okay,
We
great.
can figure it out, Francie, as
Great.
we go along.
Okay. All right, and I think that's it.
so could we go back once more, not Northwest COGS, but QQ? Could you tell me again what you said about that?
Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, water
Nope.
quality and quantity.
Yeah, so.
Okay,
what do
so
you-
that's gonna remain the same, and we may have to come back and revise it because Greg has to do some research there.
Okay,
He's gonna see if he can step out as vice chair, and if so, then Kelly will step in as Greg's representative. Is that what I'm
And then
understanding?
you would be alternate.
okay. I thought you had talked to me about doing it. I guess I misunderstood that.
Yeah. No, I mean, it'd
Okay.
be great if you were all, I just don't want to be the vice chair.
I see,
As,
okay.
Like taking on all of that is a lot.
So once you have that answer, we can revise this resolution at that time to
Okay,
make
I'll
that
get a hold of
change.
Kathy and the QQ people today.
But I will make these changes and then have the resolution in front of you tomorrow with these changes.
This is something that we don't formally appoint or assign to, but I just want to bring it up with Greg, who will be serving as chair next year. If staff needs a signature, because I am so close and yet generally available, staff needs your permission to allow me to sign on your behalf.
Right, okay.
That doesn't happen often, but sometimes they need something signed like
Have an
now.
alternate signer if it's not Steve?
Yeah, usually because I'm right here. Just
Yeah,
I
it's-
wanted to
it's
staff,
usually
because
that
that's how it's
rush.
been this
Sure.
past year.
If it's necessary and you can't get us, yeah, sure. Makes
Okay.
sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Great,
Thank you,
thanks, Charlotte.
Charlotte. Okay, it is time for open discussion. Do you have anything, John?
Yeah, I've got a few items for you. So first, we are submitting an application for feasibility study on geothermal and heating districts. You may remember as part of our microgrid conversation, there was the electrical component, which we've been moving forward with and have the batteries. There's also the shared heating and cooling component, which is a geothermal component, which would include the airport as well as our public works facility. And that's, RAFTA currently has a geothermal system, but looking at tying those together. The Energy Office currently has grants available for doing kind of feasibility studies and planning, and so we'd like to do that feasibility study. It's something that we had committed to on the airport. We do need to submit property owner consent forms in order to apply for those grants, which we conveniently have filled out for our chair. But just wanted to get the board's approval to move forward and sign those property consent forms so we can submit those grant applications and see if we can, and Rich might have more to add here.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, John, good job. We may do the design application as well, which is the second phase. So there's 3 phases to it. There's a scoping, design, and implementation. We're going to meet with Holy Cross Thursday and talk to them about the bigger design portion of this. So we may go for both grant applications. The first one's up to, I think, 100,000, second's 500,000. So.
And so
But it's-
who already has geothermal out there?
RAFTA actually has geothermal.
And so would we tie in, would it be the same kind of,
Well, that's what we're going to do. We're going to kind of scope out that opportunity. We have been talking to them, met with them yesterday, and their facility isn't scalable. It's really set up just for their building. But they're going to we're going to request letters of support from RAFTA and also Holy Cross, and because we're going to continue to take a look at this. So we're all in this together, seeing what we can do.
And what does it do for their facility? What all does it cover?
For their facility, it helps reduce their electrical costs quite a bit. It's been successful, and we were hoping that. And there's an interesting conversation about a single pipe or a dual pipe systems. If we can go to a single pipe, we may be able to do something different with raftas, include us all into it in some fashion. So there's a lot of investigatory type of work to be done here.
Does that cover like their heating and all that too? Okay.
Yeah.
And we think, and this is part of the feasibility study that, says on this, that if we can shift, hot or cool air, depending on what's needed, from one facility that has an excess to another that doesn't, we can improve the efficiencies of all of those systems. Now, that's part of what we'll be evaluating as part of this, but
So we were calling the ectogrid.
it was originally called the Ectogrid, which I think was out of Sweden or
Yeah,
something
yeah, I
along
think
those
it's Sweden,
lines.
yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah, good memory.
That's good memory, no kidding, yeah.
I don't
I
think
feel
we're
like I've heard
calling
this
it that
before.
anymore. We're more heating and cooling district. But this will really get us through feasibility to understand, what works, does it make sense, and potentially tee us up for implementation grants.
that's cool. Steve?
So the thought crosses my mind that there's probably a lot of heat wasted at the sewage treatment plant, just going into the air and into the river. And maybe there's a possibility of capturing heat from there and not having to dig a bunch of trenches or drill holes. And I think that would be worth looking into and see if there's a way to use that as the heat source.
So in addition to lowering the cost, this is also part of a resilience.
It is, yeah. And
As an element.
And one of the main efforts we're looking at for the airport is to be able to snow melt through geothermal the apron. That would be our ultimate goal, one of our ultimate goals here,
That'd be
which
so cool.
should reduce some, operational costs.
In Kennecott, Alaska, when they were running the copper mine there back in the early 1900s, they had a heated sidewalk that was taking waste heat from their steam plant, and it was going underneath this wooden sidewalk, melting the snow on it. So the mine workers who lived along there, they wouldn't have to shovel any snow
Yeah.
to get to work. It's an old technology.
Yeah, well, if we can use our natural resources to help us along those lines, that'd be awesome. So.
Well, there seems to be so much geothermal activity going on, whether Grand Junction has a project.
Yeah.
Carbondale's got the project. There's a company I've researched that's coming to Colorado to do home geothermal, trying to scale that up so it's more affordable.
Yeah.
So it would be great if we could at least do the homework on that.
What's Carbondale doing?
They've got a district that includes 3rd Street Center and some housing. They've created a microgrid geothermal. I don't know if it's a microgrid, but it's a geothermal district. Right.
Yeah.
It's
That
Bridges
schoolhousing,
Bridges
right?
High School, I think maybe the library, the
Third
Roaring
Street.
Fork School District housing, and then some private housing also along Second Street.
Right. That's really been a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've been having communications with that group that's doing that. Holy Cross is involved there as well, I believe, and so that's why we're looking at more of a community type of
Right.
rollout on this. So
A heat pump
there
at
could
the
be,
sewer plant could, keep the runway clear.
yeah.
Maybe. Kind of a long pipe.
But it sounds like the board would be
sorry,
okay
I
with
had a
Francie
joke that I
signing
won't
that and us
say here,
moving
but-
ahead with these.
I think that's what it's
Yeah,
about.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, thanks,
Thank you.
Rich.
You betcha.
Anything
I've
else
got these
on?
here for, yep, oh yeah, I've got a list for you.
Okay.
Wanted to make you aware of changes in this room that we'll need to pursue for this upcoming election. And just to bring the board back, and maybe you probably remember this, when we originally designed this building, we actually had designed this wall to open up into the Roaring Fork room, in part to provide flexibility for elections. At the time, due to the cost of getting a kind of a soundproofed accordion room, we value engineered that out because it is determined, and Kelly, you may have been there for this, I can't remember now, that the Roaring Fork room would be adequately sized for the voting machines. There have been some changes, and so the Roaring Fork room is no longer adequately sized just for the election day, so just for that Tuesday for the voting machines. Right now, for the primary, we're using the community room in the police department. That is something that won't be allowed during the general election, and so
What's the community room?
it's in the Aspen Police Department. It's on the
yeah.
second
The
floor there.
upstairs?
Yeah, the upstairs room there. And so we designed this free span so that we could add a door if and when requirements for elections indicated we need more space and on election day. And so that time is coming. And so we're looking at a few options, and again, it's not a structural issue because we designed the room for that originally. We're looking at adding double doors basically between now and November. This board doesn't have meetings on election day anyway. This room would be used for the voting machines on election day and then would be available again after that.
So it's not a
Right.
bearing wall, it's just a,
No, it's not a
Separation.
bearing.
Just has to be
We made
soundproof.
almost this whole building, except where you see the pillars, free span to give as much flexibility for changes in the future as possible. Yeah, so almost none of the walls are load bearing.
How much of that wall would you imagine opening up? I guess if it's just double doors, that's pretty simple, but if
I think
it's a
right
moving
now,
partition or something.
to
it's-
meet the timeline, it'll be double doors. We don't know exactly where they'll be placed. We'll get into that. We'll probably design with the idea in the future of being able to add one of those accordion doors just to be sure we don't preclude that opportunity.
Accordion or a partition that,
Yeah.
Yeah,
pocket
yeah,
door,
whatever,
sliding,
yeah.
yeah.
why don't we just do that now
Compact.
instead of doing an intermediary step?
Cost and supply chain, we don't think we can get it done.
Oh,
Yeah.
supply chain? God.
So if there were the accordion door, would that be like that whole length?
Yeah.
So if we had a huge audience here, we'd open that up and that would be part of our meeting.
That's how we originally designed the building. This is all on wheels, so it can push back, and you can have a little bit more view that way. So
Problem was noise.
the problem was noise, and getting the soundproofing. I think was fairly is over 6 digits, and is part of our value engineering as we brought this back into budget.
6 digits.
It was a big deal, but
That's what Carbondale has in their,
Theirs isn't as
In their
soundproof. I
boardroom.
think
It's
is what
not
you're looking
soundproof?
for.
No.
Yeah,
and
and that's why the difference in cost.
Is soundproof something you only need it once a year, maybe, right? Maybe once every
Well,
4
if
years.
you all do execs in there like
Right.
you do from time to time, we want to be sure that we're providing a
Just be a
facility for
simple-
that.
simple,
And
easy
if you have
solution.
meetings going in both room, like a public meeting and maybe something else happening in that room, that you don't have a lot of crossover for the public.
But what about we have to really be careful, we don't wanna mess with grassroots cameras. I mean, that screen is a different issue, but I think we need to be really careful with that.
Yeah, so we'll have to look at all that now
That's
as we
for
go
first
through.
blush, but yeah, we talked about it at length. Same way we structured the meeting room to have ability to put in doors or windows at that end.
Exactly.
So if we had the double doors, which would be better for the soundproofing, if those were opened up and we had an overflow crowd in here, people could actually be in there and they wouldn't necessarily be able to see what's going on up here, but they could participate more than they would be standing out in the hall, for
We
instance.
also have the,
Yeah, we can hit a button here and put all the sound and video from this room
Yeah,
over there.
yeah.
What's underneath there? Yeah, I was just asking, wondering what's underneath that wall? Is it a slab or does it go down?
No, we've got, what, about 6 inches of room to run
Yeah.
wires and
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Was there a request to put a door on this,
Yes.
like an egress
We-
door in the
and we
back?
did.
We already did that.
Already
Yeah,
did.
Oh, really?
yeah, we put one in, yeah.
Yeah.
we originally did it from windows just because they wouldn't have any daylight in there.
Right.
Then it became an ingress.
I mean, from the
egress.
Roaring Fork room to this hallway.
Yeah,
Oh,
We did
yeah,
that.
then it
Yeah.
became a security issue.
And that was at the request for security and just having a egress route. This just came to us. I'd
Last
say,
week,
Yeah.
2 weeks ago maybe, so, yeah.
well, I think when the building was designed, there was the promise that in-person voting would reduce with the popularity of mail
There was that.
balloting, and there's been political discourse. I think that's affected some of that, but.
That's fair. So anyway, we'll keep you updated as we get into location and
Will we be
that
displaced for
sort
a
of
while?
thing. I think
We're gonna do our best to work around your calendars, so, yeah.
We'll gladly take off and
Well, we'll note that then. We may be back for a supplemental, depending on what this ends up looking like, just so you're aware.
So are they planning the November general election here?
That's our deadline,
yes.
that's,
So we
That's
want
good,
to
I
have
like
this
that.
completed. There's a date in July. I can't remember exactly what it is, Kelly, where we have to have our
It's like
plans
90 days in
submitted.
advance,
Yeah,
yeah.
submitted for approval to the Secretary of State's office. So
Mm-hmm.
we'd like to have the project completed so we can do that planning.
Okay, that's a lot. There's gonna be a lot of people. I mean, that's hundreds and hundreds of people on a, voting day coming through.
Yeah.
And the Jewish Community Center is no longer partnering?
We need to talk to, I think Ingrid was going to be here. I think she may have thought open discussion was at the end
Yeah.
of the day, and so she would be better to address that.
I think it's awesome to have it here because for one thing, the sheriff's department is right here, which is really nice.
You're gonna hear, there's nowhere to park, the lines are gonna be out in the cold. I mean, it is
But we have a
It is
rather
not
large
the same
parking department,
facility.
parking garage.
As
I mean,
as the Jewish Community Center.
there's
People
no
don't
place
wanna
to
pay to
park.
have to
Lines
vote.
out in the cold there too, right?
No. I
maybe
mean,
we should
they-
offer free
no.
parking,
There's
ask them
enough
to
room for
offer free
everybody
parking
inside.
on election
And
day in
there's
the
all,
parking garage.
there's 2-hour parking all around.
We've tried that before.
Tried that before? They didn't buy it?
Anyway,
Yeah.
That's a subject to
Well-
bring up with Tori, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's grab them.
It was a commitment we had made when we designed the building to be able to do that, and so that is coming home to roost now. The
Well, we
broader
certainly aren't
policy
used to standing
questions.
in line to vote, but maybe it would result in a small line. Probably not very big,
well, they'll get 500 people to vote on election day.
but all day.
Even as though we encourage them to vote early.
Mostly from
And
7 to
often.
8 in the morning and 4 to 7 p.m. at night. But
Yeah.
Okay, just a couple more quick items for you. So, December 19th, before the holidays, you all had interviewed Cortland Blaine Clerk for the Elections Commission. We do not have any other applicants at this time. And so we're looking to see if the board was in a position to give any direction on that appointment, or if you need any additional information.
I think we're lucky to have anybody apply. So,
Yeah, I'd be fine having
I'm gonna
Blaine.
be a no on that.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, he had no understanding of how our elections work and hadn't, volunteered for an election in 15 years. So I guess I'm of the mind that I'd rather have a board of informed people than on resolving election disputes.
As compared to, I mean, we wouldn't, we need somebody, right? So what are you saying, that maybe somebody else will show up? or-
I guess I'd be content to allow the current board to make those resolutions, rather than add uninformed members. I'm particularly sensitive to this board, so.
How much time do we have, can we kick the ball down the road a little bit longer and see if anyone else applies?
And we can certainly keep advertising and see if we can.
But we'll be advertising for an
I would
experienced.
support that. Let's put it out there again and see, because I think elections becoming more, people are getting more keyed into election, and maybe we'll have some interest that's been sparked.
Is there a criteria we need to include in the request for people to volunteer that we haven't?
Yeah,
posted?
I think it would be good to do that, because to have somebody apply who's willing to do it and then say, no, you don't have the experience, but we didn't say you needed experience, makes me a little uncomfortable. But, you know, like,
We
I
don't say
understand
that.
what you're saying, but is there some way we can get some more experience for this person? I mean,
Provide-
some
yeah, provide
education?
training.
Rather than just saying, well, thanks, but no thanks, like,
We don't do that with any of our other boards. We don't have any, you have to have experience with land use, or you have to have experience with water. I mean, that we bring that into discussion when we interview people, but we don't put it out there when we advertise for it, so that would be a change, but.
I mean, it's our discretion, that's my discretion that I'm
Yeah.
applying.
And everybody who's a citizen who votes they have some background in the voting system already with no training, just by voting in our elections. So that could be, I don't know if that would be sufficient. Sounds like to you, you'd like somebody who would,
Well, you have to be.
or
in
had
a-
worked as
yeah.
an election judge and.
I mean, I got a lot of,
or-
I don't like the way the bylaws are written for this board, I don't, there's a lot that,
But there's, you have
That
to
I've
be,
raised
you have
that
to
I
be
personally
a
find
voter to be appointed to the board.
a registered elector.
Yeah,
It-
so that's already in there.
Is the election commission required to be briefed before the election? You assume they have meetings and briefings and trainings before?
They don't do
They
anything.
don't do anything? Is that
They don't
something
do
we should
anything?
add?
They only come in if there's a dispute that comes up during an election. And that's the only time they're called into play, and I don't know how long it's been since they've been called into play.
Not often.
Is there best practices from elsewhere we should look at?
We're probably the only practice. I think you have to have them by state statute. Do you have to have an
No, I think
election?
it's part of our home rule charter. I don't think anyone else does this.
So I'm wondering if we should all watch his interview again before making a final decision, but maybe we should also look at revamping that whole board,
Well, if
like the
three-
bylaws or the requirements or whatever.
Well, if there's three of us that are comfortable moving it forward, we should bring it back, but it's not gonna be like we're gonna bring it back tomorrow to make a decision. But that's a whole nother process, and we need to bring in Ingrid and see
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
current bylaws are for this committee. At some point in the next year.
Yeah.
And I think when I brought this up with John Ely, we have the power to dismiss board members. That resolves anyone's concern, but that's how I'm feeling about it.
no, I'm uncomfortable with just saying, thanks, but no thanks. I would rather, accept him and then make sure that there's some resources available for everybody on the board. Could be that other people on the board don't know anything either. I mean, I don't know who else is on the board, but you might, but,
Yeah.
and that maybe everybody could use a refresher, especially given the political climate.
At least they should I think they have to have a meeting once a year.
Supposed to.
Yeah, so just so
Okay,
they
so
know
we
who's
need
on
to-
the board with them, I
We
guess.
need to do that.
Yeah, I might encourage you all to just look at the bylaws again before we I guess we finalize this tomorrow, or I don't know.
Does this have to be finalized this week?
We haven't, we haven't put it on. It was last talked about on the 19th, so wanted to bring it back for direction. I want to check in on what the direction is here, because if I'm hearing it correctly, we're going to keep advertising.
No, that was just something I threw out, but if there are
Oh.
3 members of the board, but I think Kelly, if we can get the bylaws sent out to all the board and and a link to be able to watch the interview again, maybe we can bring it back next Tuesday and have a.
Okay, so there are
How's
3
that?
members of the board that might be comfortable playing, but we'd like to look at, you want a chance to look at the interview again and bring it back during open discussion
And the
next Tuesday
bylaws.
and talk
And,
about it.
and look at the bylaws to see what they say in terms of, are there any qualifications they're supposed to have,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
My level of discomfort is that if we don't have bylaws, or if we do and we don't really stick to them, if their briefings are required in annual meetings but we don't do it, let's figure out what we need to do to be comfortable, so when people apply, they know what they're in for, and so do we, and we have a
Yeah.
process. So I appreciate Kelly bringing it up, because it hadn't occurred to me. I just assumed if you get on this commission, you probably get some sort of training before you get thrown into the.
Have we ever had a
Mosh pit.
dispute?
I think there have been some disputes.
Not when I was there,
No?
that I was
Okay.
engaged in anyway.
There have been conflicts between committee members, and maybe this is something we could help sort out.
So why don't we just have the opportunity of staff send us the link to the interview and send us copies of the bylaws, and we can review it and bring it back next Tuesday.
What was the date of the interview?
It was
Was it the 19th? 19th, I remember looking at that.
Charlotte
yeah.
can just send us the link, and we can just click on it and go right to it.
That would be great.
Yeah, so we'll try and pull the bylaws and a link to the interview, send it to you. We can revisit. Is it okay to revisit during open discussion again?
Yep, great, thank you.
Okay. And then while we're on boards and commissions, we have not been able, while we're on boards and commissions, we have not been able to reschedule an interview with our applicant for the financial advisory board, so we're just continuing to advertise for that. And that's all I have for open discussion.
Okay, Steve.
There were 2 public events happening. One is this Thursday, the Mental Health Roundtable that we were all invited to, and Angelina Taylor was the one who put out the invitation. It's not on our, it hasn't been noticed. If 3 of us wanted to go to that, should probably be noticed, but it's Thursday from 8:30 to 10, and I think they have a virtual option
We
as
have a
well.
raft
We have
meeting
Rafta.
then.
I know, I can't
Raft
go.
is in.
We do have staff. I'm going to attend with Jordana
Great.
just for the conversation. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding out there too. So, it'll be good to have a roundtable opportunity.
I'm not planning to attend, so if not, it'll just
I'm
be
not either.
Steve, so.
Might just be
Can't, and neither can Greg, so you're good.
Okay, so maybe we don't have to worry about the noticing, but the other one was the Roaring Fork Recreation and Conservation Symposium.
I'm going to
And
that.
you are going, and I
Yeah.
think John and I had a little discussion on that, and Carly is the one who, from our Open Space and Trails, is sort of the organizer of it, so we will have staff there, but if you were gonna be there, then we would have board representation.
Is this the one we started 2 years ago over at the, you know that meeting? Were you there, or was I the only one there? I was the only one there. I think that was the beginning of this. And we were trying to figure out what to call it. And there was the Forest Service and expert who came in from California and talked about what they've done. And it was a pretty interesting meeting.
Oh, that was the guy that had some great information about the park system in California.
Yeah, and it was
He was really
like
good.
2 years ago, I
He was out of
think.
Utah.
But this is the first follow-up that I've seen or been invited to. So anyway, yeah, I am going to that. I'm going to
Okay.
miss our
He was
meeting
really good.
So
here that day.
I was thinking, well, I'd be interested in going, but then it's during work session,
I
so
know.
we definitely don't want to have more than one person going there. And if you're already committed to it,
Well, I already
that's-
registered, but
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Because I feel like, I will be the vice chair this year, and I feel like I need to be at
Here.
our meetings, because sometimes
Right.
Greg won't, I'll have to step in as chair sometimes. And
When I have a brain fade.
We could call it something else.
Also, I'm planning on going to the Aspen Ski University presentation with Ram tomorrow night. Are you going?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna
I'm
bring that
planning
up,
on
and
also.
Steve
But,
as well.
I mean, we're not gonna be talking to each other, so do we have to worry about,
We typically post as a practice. It's not necessarily, as long as you are not, if it's incidental and you're not having a policy discussion with one another.
This is
We're
the
just sitting in
climate-
the
climate
audience.
change
yeah, to
discussion?
me, it's a learning thing to listen to him and just
Yeah.
learn from that is why I would want to be there.
I was gonna bring up that tomorrow night, and I was hoping we'd be done tomorrow, in time to do it, but since we've
Depends
just
on how
lost
the
another
chairman
thing off
handles
the
the
agenda.
meeting.
Right, depends on how
yeah,
the
it
meeting
starts at
goes.
6, so,
5:30 start, so, I think we've lost, the land use discussion tomorrow, so I think we're getting closer to making that deadline. And the energy discussion, quite honestly, could probably happen after we all attend this, in my opinion. My other open discussion, and to add to that, if I could, is just that, the news today is that 2023 smashed the record for the world's hottest year by a huge margin. Those are the headlines. And the other headline, the op-eds and columns in Los Angeles Times and elsewhere are saying, it's time to start acting like climate change actually matters. And I'm always reminded of that, and as we're thinking of going to this thing tomorrow, as we're talking about our energy codes, I want people to be thinking about what everyone is saying.
Let's
Thanks.
ask the people in Chicago right now who are expecting to get 1.5 feet of snow.
Right, and, well, extreme weather is part of that. That's it for me.
anybody else have open discussion? No? Okay.
Lunchtime.
Well, I think we'll break for lunch.
Great, thanks.
We'll be back at 1 o'clock. We will start here, go into exec session, and then go upstairs.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Tuesday, January 9th work session of the Pitkin County Commissioners. We are coming back from lunch break and we are about to go into executive session, so I'll look for a motion for the purpose of potential employee housing development negotiation of county participation pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4E.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 It passes, and we are going into exec session. We're going upstairs. We will be back at 3:30. Okay.
So how long are we discussing?
Welcome back to the work session for the Pitkin County Commissioners on Tuesday, January 9th. We've just returned from executive session, and we are now having a staff community presentation by Ellen Sassano on the Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan amendments from the P&Z to the BoCC, something like that. Ellen will explain.
Thank you. Is this my, yes, it sounds like it's on. Thank you. Yeah, Ellen Sassano, Long Range Planning Manager. And the purpose of this item is to provide an update to the Board of County Commissioners regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission adoption of Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan amendments by resolution in October of 2023. No action is requested of the board today. This is just an informal update for you. So you've seen this slide before, and I'm not going to go delve into detail here, but I did highlight the far right column really to put these plan amendments in the context of where we are in the trajectory of implementing the Community Growth Committee's recommendations. And to that end, the comprehensive plan amendments were done in concert with land use code amendments that you looked at and actually adopted in December of 2023 to address house size as a first step to implement a suite of recommendations to address climate change that you will be looking at as we move forward in the next year. So the comprehensive plan amendments were made specifically to acknowledge the 2019 Board of County Commissioners declaration of a climate emergency and climate action goals, which again you are familiar with, so I will not read them to you unless you'd like to have me go into detail there. Next slide, please. And also, the amendments incorporate Community Growth Advisory Committee recommendations specific to reduced house size, as I said, again, as one of a suite of tools recommended in that Growth Committee's recommendation report. Also to incorporate a recommendation for Pitkin County final maximum floor area zoning. That recommendation was adopted as a land use code amendment in December of 2023 by the board. And also to incorporate master plan updates that have been made since 2003. And by master plan updates, I'm referring to the caucus master plans. And as you know, we have about 13 of those plans, most of which were initially adopted in 2003. Most of them have been updated since that time, so we wanted to incorporate those updates in the 2003 Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan. And I think I've covered this, so let's go to the next slide, thanks. So there were three amendments made to the comprehensive plan. I'll start with the bottom arrow there. One, the simple one, was we amended the title of the plan from the really cumbersome 2003 overview of the Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan to the Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan, which is how it's referenced in the Land Use Code. Pretty straightforward there. We also adopted an amendment to incorporate a revised section on the summary of adopted county plans, as I said, really just to recognize that many of those adopted county plans have been revised since 2003, and I'll go into the details of how that section was changed. And then in addition, we updated a portion of a section in the 2003 plan called the Common Themes Among the County Plans. All of the individual caucus plans address issues that are relevant to their geographic areas, but there are common themes amongst all of those plans that have persisted over the last 20 years. As an example, preservation of rural character is a common theme that you'll find in all of those plans. So that section has been amended specifically to address a reduction in house size. That's one of the recommendations that has persisted for 20 years amongst all of the plans, but we went ahead and updated that section. So this is just going into some detail to identify all of the plans that have referenced, made some reference to enacting further limitations on residential floor area. And what we did was we just basically identified those plans and provided the specific maximum floor area recommendation made in each plan, and then gave a brief summary of the basis for those recommendations, just as reference. And then we also amended that same section in the plan to incorporate the Community Growth Advisory Committee floor area recommendations, which you're familiar with, and also to include the recommendation for a Pickens County final maximum floor area zoning overlay, which you have consequently adopted as a land use code amendment. And then this is just looking at the repealed and reenacted section of the county comprehensive plan that identifies all of the plans that have been updated since 2003, all of the plans, the caucus area master plans that exist in the county. And in the 2003 comprehensive plan, this section was a little bit cumbersome. It included a detailed summary of each of the plans, and while it was very informative, it was lengthy. And so we tried to make the section more brief and to the point. We just simply listed the resolution numbers for the P&Z resolution numbers adopting each of the respective plans, and really thought that would make updating the comprehensive plan simpler in the future, so that we could just simply reference those resolution numbers so that they could be readily found by the general public, and also just to make updating this section of the plan easier in the future. So,
Question about the last page before this one, just
Yeah.
back on your, where am I? 8750 unincorporated, 9250 UGB. Didn't we change that? Or is that?
that is the recommendation.
Recommendation, thank you.
That is a recommendation only, and I'll remind the board that the comprehensive plans are advisory documents, so the purpose here is to forward those recommendations, and the board, these recommendations may direct policy for land use code amendments in the future. That's really the purpose of this one of the purposes
Thank
of this
you.
advisory document.
Thanks for that.
Next page is kind of like an index.
It is really intended to be an easy reference,
Yeah.
rather than a lengthy description of each plan. Correct. And so, happy to take questions. That's a really quick run through, but I will move on if there aren't any other questions with next steps. Basically, this is the first step in revising the 2003 Pickens County Comprehensive Plan. It hasn't been, until now, it hasn't been revised at all. And in fact, a lot of people don't even know that it exists. So our intention is to update the comprehensive plan in its entirety in the short term, hopefully within the next year. And we are going to coordinate that effort with the Climate and Code Implementation Project and engage in community outreach to inform those amendments as we move forward. And ultimately, the purpose of the comprehensive plan is to ensure that it provides clear direction regarding sustainable land use policy direction moving forward. So that is a very quick summary, and I'd be glad to answer any other questions if you have any.
Go ahead, Steve.
So we just passed the zoning overlay districts and the text amendments to the land use code regarding each of these master plans and the square footage. It almost seems like we did it backwards. We maybe should have done this first and then that second, or does it matter? How
we
do
actu-
those relate to each other?
Good question. They actually did happen. You're right that the comprehensive plan provides direction for those land use code amendments, policy direction, and we did the comprehensive plan amendment first in October of 2023, and that was used in part as basis for the changes to the land use code that occurred subsequently. They actually were brought forward initially together, Planning Commission first as the adopting authority, and then immediately to the Board of County Commissioners with recommendations for those code amendments. So
this, what we're looking at here is what basically the P&Z's decision to amend the comprehensive plan. Which they actually didn't do that right now. They did it before we did the
so sorry for the
overlay districts.
Correct. Sorry for
Okay,
the confusion. Basically, by state statute, as you know, planning commissions adopt the master plans, and the Board of County Commissioners is not the approving authority, but by state mandate, the Planning Commission certifies the plan approval to the Board of County Commissioners, basically just informing you that this plan amendment or this master plan has been adopted.
Okay.
Right,
You're telling us today what they did in October.
we're a little off the back here, but
Okay, got it.
yes, sorry for the
understand now.
confusion.
Any other questions at this point? Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen, that was quick.
That was quick.
Okay.
Ellen's done this before.
Good communication is quick. And now we have another break.
Maybe there's
Need
more
another coffee?
open discussion. Francie, what are you gonna do in your retirement when you're no longer chair?
Sleep.
Yeah. I'm gonna become a really good follower.
So Francie, what chair are you going to move into at this?
Oh, yeah, let's
Table
discuss
here.
chairs.
I'm hoping to just trade with Greg.
Uh-huh.
Is that okay with everybody?
Is it okay with Greg?
Yeah, I think Greg can handle it.
Oh, I'm
plan
not,
to
I
sit in
was,
the middle,
I was
right?
thinking I'd sit in the middle, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? I just do what I'm told.
No, I remember one year when I said I'm not sitting in the middle, I sat around the side. It confused the hell out of people. It was great. Because they kept looking at whoever was in the middle and they'd be going, it's her.
Well, I got my packet and I announced.
Oh,
Congrats.
I'm the first one.
Really, already?
Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Good. Yay, Francie.
Well, that's what you do when you have time in the middle of the day. You gotta fill it with
That's a
something.
scary thought.
Throw your hat in a few rings.
And I let Betty know too. Can't wait for that meeting. Let's see if she answered.
The Acro Winter School lunch, clearly.
Maybe it was.
I just sent you my
Congratulations and
Thursday
good luck.
calendar.
Thank you.
In case you need it for.
So now we
meeting.
have till
And then
4
Friday,
o'clock.
I've
Emily,
got a
take a
lunch
break, 'cause
meeting
I
on
think we're
Friday.
still live.
Yeah,
From
Dora,
12:30
we
to-
can take a break until 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and that's fine. 'cause
Thanks. Welcome back to the work session of the Pitkin County Commissioners on Tuesday, January 9th. We are about to start a joint meeting with Planning and Zoning. Do we need to make a motion to go into this joint meeting, or do we just carry on?
We just carry on.
We'll just carry on. Okay, well, welcome to all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. And Cara and Suzanne, are you running the show?
Do you always believe me, Francie, when I?
I always believe you, Patty.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. We're trying to see if we're getting a quorum of P and Z right now.
I think we were expecting Jasmine online and Chelsea online, but it don't, sorry, I didn't see. No, okay. I mean, it is work session, so
I think we can get started. Okay, and Riley is bringing up the slide deck.
What do we need for a quorum? 5?
4 for the P&Z.
I see 3.
So what's the deal here?
Can we get one more?
Another name tag.
All right, well, good afternoon, BoCC and P&Z. We're excited to be here. This is the Climate and Code Implementation Project. You might know it as the Growth Committee process, but we are renaming it as this moves into the next step. So really excited to be here today. We got Suzanne Wolf, and then you have Jessica Garrow and Miles Graham, who are familiar throughout this process. And then later on, we'll be introducing the whole team, but just first of all, I want to share our enthusiasm from staff to have Jessica and Miles both joining us. Jessica was a member of the Growth Committee and now is actually the principal. She's always been the principal with a design workshop throughout the process, but is leading this process for us. And then Miles and his team with Mavis and GBSM are on board, as well as many others that we'll go through. But as we get started, wanted to really share our enthusiasm to have them on board. So today, as we have P&Z and the board together, what we wanted to do today was really do an overview of this project team, kind of kicking off this next phase, of the process, and kind of the timeline that we're looking at, go through the roles. This is going to really be a shift from what a lot of people are familiar with as we had the Growth Committee process, and really shifting what is the role for BoCC and P&Z in particular, as well as the continuing role for the former Growth Committee members as we roll it into more of a work group and broader community engagement. And then just a discussion about how we start to kick off into the next phase. So we kind of already covered that, but we'll do a recap, project team, process, timeline, and next steps. So first, to jump into the recap, which is really how we got here. How did the Growth Committee's shared values and the county's 2050 climate action lead us to launching into this process? The board set a vision. You can go to the next slide, sorry, really. So the board set a vision when we established a growth committee to utilize growth management in the land use code to achieve our climate action goals while creating an equitable, I should have that memorized, sustainable, thank you, and resilient regional quality of life and economy for the future. 2 years this is going to be memorized. It's getting there. From that, again, 10 months, 21 meetings, lots and lots of deliberations, but really the Growth Committee spent a lot of time that took that quality of life definition and said, what does that mean as we look to 2050? What is it that we really want for our community? And summed it up through a lot of hard discussions into climate, balanced economy, community character, and it's really defined by the climate goals that you all set, workforce housing, pacing of development, the rural and wild preservation, and rural traffic and highway congestion, really talking about their recommendations to help to achieve these goals and values. And just really want to kind of, these two, the board's vision and the Growth Committee's goals and values, are really the kind of our guiding light as we move into this next process, and that this is really what's going to be the foundation as we move forward. And I'm going to hand it off to Miles to do a little bit more.
Thanks, Karen.
Red light on?
Red light was on.
Yeah.
Red light needs to be on.
This is good. I just want to reiterate how excited we are to be here. And with Doug, one of the committee members now on P&Z, and Suzanne, who is at so many of our meetings, the Growth Committee, as you all know, met over 20 times in the course of 18 months. And those quality of life values that really were the foundation that the process was built upon, and the board's vision really started before the group even convened for its first time. What you see here are the themes from some of the interviews we conducted with all of the committee members before the process even began. And the group was forging that common ground around how we find balance to what so often feels imbalanced around growth and quality of life. How do we preserve that small town feel and community? And how do we collaborate to get there? And the committee, and it's a testament to the appointments that you all made, was truly representative of many, many elements of the community. And we saw zero attrition through that process. Every appointed committee member stuck it out, stayed through that 18-month process that had so many meetings, so many discussions outside of meetings. And it really began with that common ground and the willingness to collaborate and acknowledge there are going to be trade-offs and there are going to be tension points. But we're fortunate enough to be planning for one of the greatest areas in the world. And there was a shared commitment to making sure that we collaborated to get there. So on the next slide, what you'll see is an evolution of the BoCC's goals on climate action for greenhouse gases and net zero, and finding that healthy level of economic vitality and that balance that was really a common refrain throughout the process that evolved into the shared values for climate action, balanced, resilient, and inclusive economy, but equity and affordability, that rural preservation, and understanding more about what is that community carrying capacity. So an inflection point that you see here in that process is the more of less of list that was referred to often by the committee was really a pivotal moment when we made the list of what are the things that we want to see more of and what are the things that we collectively want to see less of in our community, and how do we get there? And that was, on the next slide, really the genesis for the interconnected nature of all of these different components. This chart really shows the key tools and the scenario components down the left-hand side, but the overarching values around climate and balanced economy and preserving our rural character. And you can see with the recommendations that were put together, no one of these components, no one of these tools on its own could do it. It took the full package of recommendations that the committee put together. And the reason we wanted to show this slide, even though it's a lot, is to really demonstrate that interconnected nature. And this is what led to the committee's final report that we're going to be looking to implement now in this next phase.
Hello, Jessica Garrow. I'm so excited to be with everyone tonight. As Kara mentioned, I was part of the Growth Committee with Doug, and it was a really rewarding process, a lot of long conversations, kind of hard-fought compromise, and I really feel so privileged to be able to help implement the committee's recommendations with you all into building an energy codes. And so really excited to begin that work. Wanted to talk a little bit about our project team, and then we're going to talk through our process and some of our next steps. So this slide shows our core team. Design Workshop is the lead consultant for the work. I'm the principal in charge. Riley Timmons, who some of you may know from a long career here in the Valley, she is our project manager. And then Lean and Jacob are helping us, and they're taking notes tonight to make sure we're tracking everything. But we really are the lead consultant in terms of land use code amendments, making sure that we are having a really solid project management framework. Once we get to the next slide, you'll see why. And then also supporting stakeholder engagement. We were so excited to partner with Miles and Mavis with GBSM and continue the great work that they were doing as kind of helping shepherd the committee and helping us move forward in our recommendations. And so they are a key partner for us on project management, stakeholder engagement, and making sure we have that continuity. And of course, we have a wonderful Pitkin County staff that we're eager to work with, Kara and Suzanne, Ellen, Nicole, Hannah Hunt, Jeffrey, Alex, Marcy, and Michael Port. And so we have had a lot of meetings with that group as we are getting ready to embark on this project. It's a big project team. It's also a big consulting team. The recommendations report covers everything from transportation to housing to climate and energy. And so we really worked to pull together a group of subject matter experts that can help us dig deeply into the recommendations and the subsequent code language that is needed. I'm not going to go through every single person here, but we have folks who are experts in building and energy codes, helping us once we move into that piece. We have experts on transportation, housing, and economic analysis. And so we're really excited to have this robust team as we move forward in the process. I'm going to turn it back to Miles to talk a little bit about our process moving forward.
Thanks, Jessica. And really in this process, we have 3 projects wrapped up into one. It's going to be the comprehensive plan and the updates to that based on the growth committee's recommendations and the process that we're embarking on here. In parallel tracks are updates to the building and energy code as well as updates to the land use code. So we wanted to, at a very high level, just frame this process in terms of the parallel tracks for the comp plan, the building and energy code, and the land use code that are going to be working together and not going to be siloed throughout this process. And so we just thought it was important to acknowledge that right out of the gate, and the approach that we'll be using to really weave these projects together so that, as I said, none of these efforts are happening in a vacuum, is to evolve the growth committee. The CGAC, the Community Growth Advisory Committee, will evolve into a work group that is going to be comprised and combines the committee members so that we retain that institutional knowledge. As we were thinking about how the group evolves, there's really no replacement from those 18 months and all of those meetings and all of the time that our committee members invested. So they're going to evolve into a work group that provides feedback, that provides oversight, and really makes sure that the implementation phase remains true to the spirit and to the goals and the intent of their original recommendations. There is also going to be a need for some deep dive technical assessment and evaluation of some of these issues. And so we are going to be convening focus groups that will not just be comprised of former committee members, now work group members, but include subject matter expertise from experts in the community, and other stakeholders who are interested in these very topic-specific focus groups to inform the process. And then there's certainly going to be an important broad-based outreach program for the community at large, which is not going to be any one thing. There could be community workshops, pop-up events. There will need to be online digital engagement. It's all of those things combined with the work group and the focus groups, helping to inform that process and those key milestones for the broader based community outreach, and the committee evolving into the work group as ambassadors for that process as we go out to the broader community. We're hoping that our work group members will continue to be that important community liaison to the process as a whole.
Could you give me an example of a pop-up event?
Yeah, so
Could you give me an example of a pop-up event?
yes, Francie, of course. So a pop-up event is designed to meet people where they're at. And so this could be in the summertime at a busy trailhead. It could be out on the mall at a community event. It's going to be working with the team, working with our work group to understand how can we lower the bar to community engagement and meet people where they are and make it fun. So it's getting creative. Wherever there's a crowd that gathers could be a good opportunity for a pop-up, and working with partners in the town, whether it's civic, community, or business partners to co-host some of these venues.
Great, thanks. Don't forget about the Crystal River Valley.
I was going to add to that, but so we're going to extend that. I mean, it's going to be valley-wide. It won't just be.
Yeah, it'll cover cover every aspect of the county. We want to make sure that in our engagement, we are not just focused on Aspen, that we are focused on Down Valley and the Crystal River as
So
well.
if we need to create a pop-up event in Thomasville, we'll plan a party. In
They have a
Thomasville.
couple of parties up there.
Okay, Francie will let us know when the parties are up in Thomasville.
And that's a critical part to this. If there is a good community event that any of you all think would be a good candidate for a pop-up, let us know, and we would love to have a presence there.
Could that include flash mobs with costumes? Led by the board?
You could say
You Gonna say
Yeah,
you're
I'll do
pushing
that
your
with
luck.
No streaking this time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and it is all about the creativity, so we're open to, to all ideas.
Yeah, well, there's the corn boil in Thomasville.
Excellent.
Well, I want to go to that, so.
And so on the next slide, what you're going to see is the different roles and responsibilities for the work group, as we've discussed, to really be those liaisons to the community, and also to provide that insight and that oversight for the implementation process, informing the focus groups when we convene those on what topics, and the community at large that we've already talked about. But this process is going to be very critical to stay in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as the board. So the P&Z will be reviewing and adopting amendments to the comprehensive plan and acting as that formal recommending body to the BoCC on land use and code changes. And I'm going to look to Kara and Suzanne to make sure we get this right. I'm reading these ones verbatim.
I'm going to defer to Suzanne if we got it right, but I think one of the points I just wanted to call out is, when the board established the growth committee, that really is that shared leadership model, and you kind of put it to the growth committee to come up with policy recommendations to how to achieve your goals. As we go into this next phase, it really is, the continuum of how shared leadership happens. It's really moving that leadership, that decision making, back into the P&Z and the BoCC hands. So the C3 work group, we're not rehashing any of the recommendations that were made. We don't want to put that on any work or any former committee member that they have to relitigate any of that by any means. It's really how to take the hard work that they had done and now starting to put it back into the hands of P&Z and the BoCC as appropriate wherever those decisions may lie. Informed, obviously, by the community at large and a lot of community outreach.
Just a couple of things to add. I mean, I think, again, to that point about really working more with the P&Z, which is, important to have you all here, is really bringing this more regularly to you all as we're working through these issues to really get your input. Technically, your purview is the land use code. I'm sure there will be some topics that we're talking about through the building code stuff that it's going to be helpful to run through you guys as well, because there's so much interaction there. But again, we're looking to work with you more regularly. Again, while that other process was going on with the growth committee, you all were listening in, but really not participating. I think we're really looking to see, more of a participatory role as this goes forward. And then to the point about the building code versus the land use code, the Planning Commission on any land use code amendments will be making recommendations to the BoCC, and then the BoCC adopts. The building and energy codes don't require under statute that step of a Planning Commission recommendation. Those come straight to the BoCC. But again, there's going to be a lot of work through this process where we know there's so much interconnection that, again, I think, the P&Z will be engaging in those conversations up front before we're bringing legislation through the process, where you'll be able to participate in kind of all of those conversations. So I think that's.
And in sum, I would say we hope to come before both the P&Z and the BoCC regularly during this process to keep you all updated. So we'll be working very closely with staff to make sure that those updates are regular and timely on key milestones. And on the next slide, for the outcome, the process, and the foundation, I'm actually going to take this one from the bottom. We're building this entire process on the report of recommendations from the Community Growth Advisory Committee, and that is our foundation. The quality of life values that that foundation represents is what's going to be driving the process. And the process really is to use the work group as key partners in supporting the implementation through participation of the work group and the broader community. We envision convening the work group probably every 2 to 3 months going forward, but it will be at key milestones. It is not going to be the twice monthly, at minimum 2-hour-long meetings that the committee really dug into during the last phase. And then for the work group, that the outcome is going to be providing that feedback to staff and the consultant team on code language policy direction, and really support that we've got all of our I's dotted and T's crossed before any public hearings. So that is a high-level summary of our community engagement process. Jessica's going to walk us through the technical process.
Great, thank you. So we have outlined a 18 to 24 month process, and I know that that is a really long time, and like, can't we just get started already, right? It's really important to understand that we want to do this right. We want to make sure we have the right data, that we're making data-informed decisions, and that we're staying true to the Growth Committee's recommendation. And so this slide outlines the 3 stages of work that I just want to highlight for you all. Stage 1 is really beginning project startup and project management. So over the last about 2 months, our team has been meeting very regularly with staff to make sure that we're understanding what's going on since the Growth Committee ended, that we are thinking through what additional information do we need in order to move forward with code amendments. So we're giving that kind of scoping of additional research questions. This also includes the initial community engagement. And so this is starting with this meeting, and then on Thursday we have a meeting scheduled with the work group. And we are hopeful that everyone who participated in the Growth Committee will want to stay involved, knowing that there's fewer meetings, that this is really in the spirit of moving their recommendations forward into actual code language. So that kind of begins that community engagement. Stage 2 is community engagement and research analysis and kind of graphic communication. So starting to explain to the community what are we thinking in terms of specific code recommendations. We need to do some more research, though. I talked about being data-driven. That takes a little bit of time. So the Growth Committee, when we were doing our work, there were some topics that we really dug deeply in. TDRs is one example where there are some very specific recommendations. There are other areas, transportation is an example, where there was an identification of this is a real issue, we maybe need some more information, but we need to address it through performance standards or some other way. And so that is a study that's going to take a little bit of time for us to make sure that we're doing it right and being really true to the recommendations from the Growth Committee. So that's why there's this kind of 9 to 12 month anticipated time frame of beginning community outreach and making sure that we are doing a great code analysis and getting that data that we need. We'll have workshops, pop-up events, and also a survey during that time. And then we move into stage 3, which is the actual drafting of the code language for both building and energy code as well as the land use code. And that is a process where we anticipate a lot of meetings with Planning and Zoning Commission. It's where we'll talk through the updates to the comprehensive plan, and then moving into adoption hearings with the Board of County Commissioners. And it all just takes time, and I think Miles and Kara both said this. The recommendations report, it's very integrated, and so it's important that we are making sure that when we move one lever, that we're not causing an unintended consequence in another area. And so we want to make sure that we really understand the full suite of code language and how that is going to impact growth and development within Pitkin County. This is just another way of kind of sharing that same information. We are consistently throughout our process really weaving the technical data and information that we need with community feedback so that we're right sizing everything as we move forward so that when we do get to that adoption phase, you all as decision makers feel comfortable that we've heard from the community, we understand where there might be pain points or questions, but you also have the data that you need to feel confident in a decision process. So what is this data and research alignment? As we've gone through and working with the consultant team and staff, we really see three kind of buckets where this data and research analysis falls into. So one area is that it informs innovation. We want to make sure that we are understanding best practices, we're understanding lessons learned from other communities. So as an example, Boulder County, areas in Louisville, City of Boulder, they've been doing a lot of work on resiliency. They've been doing a lot of work on their energy code and building codes. We have some lessons that can be learned from their experience that we want to make sure are being brought forward. Similarly, there are lots of communities in California that have gone pretty aggressive on things like VMT and transportation impacts. We want to learn from them and see what makes sense to bring forward for Pitkin County. So this idea of informing innovation is really based on a best practices analysis within all of the kind of different code areas. We also see the climate change adaptation analysis falling in this area. The second bucket is really supporting overall goals, and this is where we dig into things like TDRs, growth management, understanding fiscal, economic, demographic, and market indicators, and that link of housing and employment. The third bucket is really a little bit more technical. It's informing the code updates. So this is a technical analysis of what would it mean if we adopted floor area within the county? What would it mean if we adopted net parcel and kind of a slope reduction? Those were some specific recommendations from the growth committee that we want to dig into and make sure that we're understanding what would those impacts be. So these are more of those technical pieces. We are also including a full audit of building and land use code as part of this process so we can understand as we're making some of these policy changes from a staff perspective, what is working well or what is not working well from a process standpoint, and so we can integrate some of that into this work. So that is maybe a little bit more information than you wanted on what we mean by data analysis, but just these are the things that we'll be embarking over the next few months. I'm going to turn it to Kara to maybe run through. We've touched on all of these pieces, but run through and what is your role moving forward?
Great, thank you. So we touched on it a little bit, but I think, thank you. We touched on it a little bit, but really just wanting to reiterate as we start to go through, I think going to like, what is that stage 2, stage 3 is really that's when we're going to be coming back and we're going to work with the community. We're going to work with the work group, getting their feedback, but then that's when we're really going to be workshopping with the board and P&Z. Are we on the right track? Here's what we're hearing. What course corrections do you want as we start to go through that? That will then help us inform and be prepared as we get into the comprehensive plan process, the building code, and the land use code updates, and really that legislative process. Suzanne referred to a little bit earlier, but one of the things we are looking at is to try and have more of a standing item on future P&Z agendas just to keep them more updated throughout the process, as well as then updates to the board at various milestones along the way. Anything you want to add?
That covers it. I have a question. Did we have a work session tomorrow, January 10th?
What?
No.
A regular meeting.
You have a regular meeting.
Regular meeting.
But this was.
Good clarification. Yeah. It's building code updates.
Yeah, don't confuse me. I'm already confused enough
Yes.
about my schedule.
No. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Okay, well, I'm not going to, thank you, I'm not going to worry about that.
Building energy code updates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably should do that.
So with that, we really, if you want to head to the next slide, is, we've heard from the board. The board has made statements that you all are committed to carry this effort forward. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be absolutely worth it for the future of our community, and there's going to be a lot that we're going to talk about with you all, with the community, but wanted to first bring it to both of these bodies, the board and P&Z, of what questions, comments do you have, discussion items as we kick this off into the next phase.
Steve, go ahead.
Well, I'm really pleased to see the core group here who's working on this, and it's really exciting to see. You're well organized, you have a plan, you have a good plan set up. I'm sorry, I probably won't be here for the final vote of the board. I'm going to be term limited by then, unless you somehow can get this all done within the next 11 and a half months. Then.
Kelly? Or was it Greg? I guess raise your hand.
I was just trying to think, this is fascinating, and it's so it's very rich, and I just wondered if you give us some for instances. Like, I've been concerned about TDRs for a few years now, and we bring it up. How deep and how wide are you going to be examining the economic consequences and unintended consequences of TDRs, the market of this currency we've created? And I'm just wondering how do you anticipate digging in any deeper? And I'm sure you've already gone over this, and I just don't know it yet, what the results have been.
Yeah, I'll start and maybe chime in with any additional. So within the Growth Committee's recommendation and that process, there were some specific recommendations related to the amount that a TDR is worth in terms of square footage and kind of changing that, and then also the creation of potentially a new TDR related to kind of long-term homes and long-term locals who've been there. Those are two changes that we would anticipate have some kind of impact to the TDR market. One of our sub-consultants is Economic Planning Systems, and they are on board to help support and really lead an analysis of what would those changes mean to the feasibility of TDRs throughout the county, both the creation of and the landing of. It's also related to some of the recommendations on where those can be landed in terms of floor area and things like that, so that would also be part of this study. And that has not begun yet, but we are eager to move forward. I think as a committee member anyway, I have a question of what really is that economic impact, and so we've got a team to be able to answer that question.
Great, thanks.
I think I would just add on, there's elements of the Growth Committee's recommendations that carry through the intent of a lot of this analysis. So TDRs, right? Like, the biggest theme was make all these changes, but do no harm to the ability of rural and remote. So part of the scenario and analysis is these are all the things that we can do. We can do our best to predict, okay, are we going to do harm to rural and remote? If we are, or how are we monitoring? And so is there a mechanism on an annual or biannual that we're looking at how all these different levers play out, and can we do all the different elements of the Growth Committee at the same time, or is it incremental because of some key core values that the Growth Committee was very strong about?
Great start.
And I would just add, we mentioned those focus groups a lot. I think it's fair to say TDRs will probably be the subject of one of those focus groups, because there are a lot of nuances there.
Right, sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is very exciting.
So that was going to be my question, and you kind of partially answered it, is to bring all of this back in one fell swoop to the BoCC for approval at the end of the day is going to be a lot. So is it possible, and it sounds like it is, that there will be phasing of that adoption process if and when it makes sense based on, I think, some of the key fundamental issues that will then help us guide subsequent issues. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and in many communities where we do work, the council or the commission is really interested in, let's get some quick wins and get some pieces done first. I think you all are starting to and have embarked on that a little bit. As we move forward, we're going to work to identify where are some areas where you could adopt this change and it really won't do harm to the whole suite of recommendations. And it could be that there's one or two. It might not be, 10 changes, right? And it's why we have an adoption process of 9 to 12 months. I think we're anticipating that there's a series of conversations to really dig into the issues and make sure that we're answering all of your questions.
So it would be a matter of if and when adoption of those segments made sense, and in my mind, also led us to the next adoption. So like the precursor to what might be happening next.
Yes.
Okay. Because I think to hit all of us with all of it at one time, there's a lot that's going to get lost in that shuffle.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose any of that.
And I think that's the intent of, this first year is you all are going to see it, P&Z is going to see it, the community is going to see it, that it's 8 pages of recommendations and, red lines of code. That's not feasible. So being able to talk through the different complexities, how they work, what are the different levers that can play, and is why you will be seeing us and many more of the sub-consultant team very often in 2024.
8 pages is very doable. You guys send us like 90, 900 pages sometimes. 8 pages is
of
doable.
recommendation that doesn't say what the spin-off of those.
There was
Is it
like
yes or no vote?
100 pages of background that was summarized.
Kelly?
Would you mind putting up this slide that shows like the stages and phases?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on. Okay. I think it just struck me as your stage 2 is very dense.
It is.
Yeah, I think I'll be interested to see how you guys juggle some of these really technical conversations at the same time or in the same period of time. And I'm wondering, most of that all makes sense to me. What is the scope of the land use? Is it land use audit? Is that how I should read that?
Yeah. So the way that we propose this is that there's 2 audits. There's one on the land use code and one on the building and energy code. And the idea is that our team sits down in a kind of work session format with staff, potentially with others, might be sitting down with the Planning and Zoning Commission, for instance, to really dig into what is working or not in growth management, what is working or not with TDRs. Where are you seeing code inconsistencies that are difficult? Because I think we want to make sure that as we are implementing the recommendations report, that we're not creating additional administrative challenges, and we want to solve any that exist. And so that's the idea, is to really dig in and understand from kind of a code user perspective what is working, what is not, so that we can integrate that into the work.
So where would like rezoning happen? And I'm thinking conversations around like transit-oriented development or larger rural parcel zoning. Like where does that fall in this?
So we'll talk in that audit about rezoning. That could be a topic as part of that because it lives within the land use code. There is a piece of the recommendations report that relates to kind of appropriate locations for housing, and I think we're still working through as a group how we specifically tackle that recommendation and move that forward.
Any questions from the P&Z?
Sorry, let me just
Oh,
follow
yeah,
up.
go
Are
ahead.
there others that you're also wrestling with similarly that haven't like found their landing phase?
I think the other one that's starting to come up that we're also wrestling, which is why we're still really in this phase 1 of scoping, is the recommendation of the energy siting master plan, which is, in a lot of ways in my mind is very similar to housing, where we'll, as a community, if we're trying to address climate change, where are we willing to accept energy production, what that looks like. And so there's elements there that I think we're also trying to figure out, how do we use it to inform this process that's also very big, like housing is part of this and also separate at the same time. So what's the right scope to inform, to be part of these land use changes and not tie us up and get us stuck to not moving forward at the same time.
And I would add an additional item, which is the kind of additional work that's needed to understand kind of climate change and resiliency. So the county is going through climate action report and some additional studies. So we're working really closely with Michael Port to make sure that we're not duplicating any of the work that he and his team and the consultants there would be doing. And so we're really trying to be intentional of who is doing what, who's on what seat of on the bus, so to speak, to make sure that we're all working together and moving forward and can really kind of build off of one another in those two processes.
Sorry, I'm going to add one more because we haven't talked about it. I think the other piece I would say that we're don't know yet, and I think the timing will work out, is somewhat watching the legislative process this year between STRs, housing, growth management, land use, So we're not letting that stall us, but I think as we go, the way we anticipate the timing is we're going to be in research phase during the legislative session and can be informed as we watch to see what happens in you all.
We're going to be watching it too.
P&Z, any questions? Joe?
Hi, Joe.
Hi. No, I don't think I have any questions. I was at about 21 of the meetings that.
Turn the mic on.
I thought you were talking to Mike.
We always
skip. Throws us off every time.
You're good now.
Joe Kraybacher. So, no, I don't have any questions. I think it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds. In particular, I think that was a relevant question regarding what the state is going to do in terms of, we've seen some kind of scary things come out of the state in terms of our local land use controls, and so yeah, I'm looking forward to participating in the projects, in the process going forward, and pretty illustrious team that we have here, and so in any event, thanks for asking.
Anybody else? All right, well, it does look pretty exciting. Greg?
Thanks for bringing up the legislative thing, because that was my next question. I'm wondering, thinking about as we're creating this, I think down the road we're going to be trying to design an enforcement mechanism, or how are we going to? I guess when we're designing this, we have to design it knowing that sometimes enforcement is a lot harder to do than it is to talk about, and I can't quite grasp a picture of how that's going to look yet, and I'm just wanted to bring that up, that how close are we from aspirational to actionable, and we're in the aspirational phase yet right now, so it's too early to ask that, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I don't have a direct answer, but I will say a lot of the first few months with the growth committee talked a lot about the current incentives and loopholes in the land use code, and there's people at this table that can speak about it more. So I think a lot of the recommendations that came up were actually to get away from those loopholes, those that we wanted people to play more in the land use code, not outside of it. And so by definition, the recommendations should, will be, an improvement from that, because that really was the foundation of where the group started. That was one piece to address. I don't know, Jessica or
I'm going to have to remember what you said, play inside the land use code rather than outside. That was well said.
I might say something that's sometimes unpopular.
Could you say it a little bit louder,
Yeah.
even if it's unpopular?
Yes. There is no such thing as code simplification. We live and work in a community that has a lot of really big, bold goals. And that does mean there is a level of complexity that is required in the land use code and in the building code to make sure that we are meeting those. That said, we really don't want people to find the loophole and do something that is not intended. We want to be informed by those big, lofty goals and really implement those in the code. And that is a tricky task I think everyone at this table has, but we're really up for it and excited. But I want to make sure that it's clear that it's not going to necessarily be a 200, or 100-page code, right? That it's going to have some detail to it, and it needs to, in order to really be true to the committee's recommendations and the community's goals and visions.
So do you think that means we're going to need more people who are looking at these applications that are increasingly complex and demanding?
Possibly. I mean, you approved in the budget for this year an additional planner for our office that we're currently, starting to interview people for. So again, we're, working on, increasing our capacity, and remains to be seen. But yes, I mean, it could be, would that require more staff in the future? We'll have to see how it really looks when we really put it all together. Basically rewrite the land use code, is what this is going to look like, and then really understand what that looks like for staff to do their work on that. And again, it's not going to be more simple, but I mean, the hope is that we can make it as clear as possible to everyone how it works.
Yeah, well, it's good news to hear you're interviewing for one of that position. I didn't know that. That's great news. Greg?
I'm intrigued by what we might learn from Boulder, as you mentioned, and from California. And I'm just wondering if we should be looking farther afield as well. I have people who constantly say, hey, do you know what they're doing in Austria or in Switzerland? And I know the rules of the game are so different there that we might not find things that could work here. And I'm sure you all are aware of things happening elsewhere, but I just want to make sure to look far and wide as you're looking for examples of what others have done. I think our community provides an example for others in many ways because we push the envelope on things like housing and things like that. And they can learn from us. And I'm hoping we find other great examples. So I really appreciate you looking elsewhere to see what others have done and have done the heavy lifting before us. It might save us all some effort and sweat and all that, tears. Thanks.
Great.
We're going to have to learn how to speak German and French. And
I'll go on junkets. I'm ready.
Well, I think we all know this is incredibly exciting, but also incredibly difficult. So thank you for your work in advance and in arrears. I'm looking forward to it.
I have a question, Suzanne. Since 1999, how many times have we rewritten the land use code?
Since 99, 2006 was a full, adoption of a brand new code. How many times have we amended that code?
Or have we attempted to rewrite and started over? I mean,
again, in my long tenure, again, there was a 1994 code. There was a 2006 code. Before 1994, there was, I think, the 1978 code. But again, then within there, there used to be binders of all of the amendments that have been made to those codes over time. But, again, I think when we embarked on this, we figured we were sort of amending the code. I think in the end, it is gonna, it will look like a rewrite because all of this work is gonna touch.
I remember one time the goal was to have a simplified code. And we realized, and that's how it started out, and then the 3-ring binder of amendments came out because you couldn't get it all into just 100 pages. It's just how life is. So to make it more clear in the 300 pages is a great goal.
It helps that we don't have a book anymore. It's all online, so you don't really know how many pages.
But you know me, I'm the paper girl, and I'll tell you what page it's on the paper copy. Yeah. But anyway, thank you guys. This is a huge effort, and I think we look forward to assisting you and getting us to where we all want to go.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank
for
you
coming
all very
also.
much.
I'm going to thank P&Z and the Citizens Growth Management Committee for their efforts and they're helping us all get together and get through this.
Right.
Yeah. even the guys that have been on it forever and the guys that are new to it, so. Yep.
Thank you. Well, we're excited, and you'll see all of us very often.
Great,
Good.
looking forward to
Great,
it.
that sounds good.
Before we go, is there
Thank you.
anything we can do to help you guys? Kelly just got a gift card to Starbucks.
Chelsea.
$55 gift cards.
Hi, Chelsea, are you good out there? Any questions from you?
No, I don't have any questions.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Nice to see everybody's faces.
Thanks for hanging in there, Chelsea.
Okay, well, I guess we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you all.